background check. Yo, yo, yo. All's good, sound check's good. Feels good. Ready to go. Good morning, people. How are we? Another day, another stream. Hope everybody's well. Gonna pick up where I left off yesterday. Start finishing off Murder Fine because he does want finishing. He's been an unfinished project for a little while. Then we're gonna get back onto Beyond, finish him off. And then we're off back to the Dreadnought Factory again, and we're gonna get some more of that one done. And then, well, I've got some models I want to put together. Oh, I need to clear this painting list. Look. Up there, that's my painting shelf. So I need to get some of these knocked off. So yeah, that's the plan for the next few streams. Hope everybody's well though, and good day to you. Got some more scrappy vibes for the BGM. We have Put This On and Find Your Groove Again. And groovy it is. Good morning, Longinus. How are you, my friend? Good to see you again. It must be really in the morning over there. What time must it be over there? About 5 o'clock in the morning, something like? Good morning, you early riser. How are you doing, brother? Ah, that's fair enough, is that, my man? Everybody needs a break. Oh, I woke up this morning, you should have heard the thunder going on. It was absolutely insane. How was you once before? I'd like to thank people that have recently subbed to the channel. I know we've gone up to 2,080 subs now, so it's nice to see the channel back on an upturn. We went down for a little while because I hadn't been streaming, but now we are on the up and up. Love it. Can't argue with that. There's not just Longinus in the chat, there's another person there. Feel free to say hello. Yeah, I'm pleased to say I didn't actually sell my decks in the end. I did have them listed on eBay. The seller did come forward with an offer of £540. But it turns out the buyer, didn't have the corresponding address to his bank details, so the sale didn't go through. And by the time I'd finished messing about with the seller on eBay, I'm like, you know what? There is no other deck on the market that I'd want right now. So I'm quite content keeping my old school gear. You'll not devalue. It's retro. And I don't know many other DJs with such a retro setup these days, so yeah. Mike is keeping his retro stuff. Happy days. Speaking of which, I believe I may have a Twitch link on my YouTube bio. I am going to be streaming some DJing on Twitch over the weekend. Maybe some funky house, maybe some breakbeat. But stream and play some music, I will. So if anyone's about, it's twitch.tv/Nordic_Baron_197. As you can see, we got some more paint arrived yesterday, which is really nice. I'm really liking this. Well, Baroth is the Swooping Hawks Phoenix Lord. So I'm guessing this is the new name for what they used to call Swooping Hawk Blue. And it's a very similar colour to the Warpaint Aquamarine. So I think I've got a nice shade and a ginger highlight there. It's almost the same. The Citadel does look a little bit dark. I got all anal with myself the other day and had to line all my paint back up in the colour order. I haven't done all my Citadel ones yet, but I am there, you know, I'm gonna do it. I'm right, I am. Things just look nice when they're in a well-fashioned order. Right, what are we doing here? We want a bit of that. Some rack our flesh and a bit of paint bone on top. Ooh, needs a good shake. Turns out the door was open the whole way. I think I might get a paint shake again. Oh, this latency is a lot better. I've just recently changed the OBS settings to stream with low latency. And I think stream is literally from me dipping that paint to put the pan back. Well, about 3 seconds latency, how about that? That's not bad, that's not bad. Nice one. As we were doing on the stream yesterday, just some tidy up jobs around some older models of mine. I'll not rest easy until I know they're sorted and done. Once I've got some nice matte varnish on, we know we can store them away. Nice one, my brother. Yeah, they're certainly getting there now, aren't they? I think I'm going to consider, I haven't fully considered it yet, but maybe offering some commission-based work. Whether any comes in or not, I don't know. But it might be worth putting it out there and seeing. I've seen a lot worse painters do commission work, to be fair. What do we reckon, longiness? Shall we give it a go? Let's use the brass again and then you have some brass over there, so I don't need any more paint out the tub. Just for this little bit of chain up here, that's all it needs.
Nothing was wasted, nothing was lost. All of it me.
If anybody's watched me paint as well, you know I like to put time into my models. Paint them properly. I'm not one of these speed painters, as they're called. Still, in my head, right, I'll be quite honest, I struggle to see how it's proper painting. I was thinking about this the other day. It's almost like paint by numbers. You know, undercoat it in black, brush a light colour over the top for your highlights, and then just put some inks over the top of it. How's that actually painting? It's paint by numbers. Look, here's your highlights. Here's your base, here's your highlights. Now put these colours here and here. It just, I don't know. Maybe it's because I don't do it. I'm not sure, but yeah.
Nothing was lost. All of it.
Let's get a few highlights on his face. That yesterday, to be honest.
Where does one end?
Bit of shading.
Where does one start? No one knows.
And he does have
No
a bionic
one
eye
has
on the
to.
right. That's going to be fun to get to, but let's try and do it.
Nothing was lost.
Hey, Patrick.
All of it.
I'm doing real good, my brother. How are you?
All of it me.
I'm making some good progress. I'm getting some paint on models. We're building stuff. Still getting the game in time. Still getting my music time. The dogs still get their time. All is good, my brother. Feeling good, feeling groovy. And how are you, sir? You been keeping good, Patrick?
I could wake up anywhere. I could wake up new.
Let's put a rather contrasting bright green lens on his
Still
flank.
be me.
Now let's just go old school red. I've got a nice new red I haven't tried yet. Good, thanks man. Slow day at work. Some making cables and generally goofing off a bit. Hey, that's not a bad day. It's Friday. Friday's generally a bit of a goof off day of working. Oh, that's a very bright red. This is pure red by Warpainter. And I've got this other one, which is a slightly brighter version. Tinge of orange to it, but that's called Angelic Red. And I've only got fist on red, so I thought I could do with a couple of reds. As soon as I've been getting right into these Warpaint colours,
Still be me.
I made an order on eBay that sadly got delivered to the neighbour's house. I haven't had a neighbour since September last year, so I couldn't get my package. It was refunded by the eBay seller after every delivered it to the wrong address. But of course, I did the right thing. I let the eBay seller know that I managed to obtain my parcel. He did refund me. And he says, well, just put, if you want to pay back, just put another order in of what you did before. Pay for the order and we're all good. So that's exactly what I did this morning. It's nice to live in an honest world, isn't it?
I could wake up new, still be me,
There we go.
still be
A little glowing red bionic eye now. Give me some more light. Looking good, kid. Looking good. I think we'll have to do the same, you know, for the bionic eye on the skull. Let's just do the edges in brass first. I wonder how much paint your average miniature painter actually eats. Strange question, isn't it? We're forever putting brush in us as a mouse. It can't be 100% paint free. Good job it's non-toxic. But it's an interesting question. Over the space of a year, how much does a model enthusiast / painter, how much paint do they actually eat? Any guesses? I don't know the answer, but it's a good question. Someone Google it, see if Google's got a rough idea. That is a beautiful, beautiful red. So better than the Vista red. That's just a dull red. Compare it. That's the one I'm using. Yeah, look how much duller the Vista red is. Yeah, I'm glad about that. Pop in. Thought I put a bit of a wider lens on the camera today. We had a bit of a weird vertical thing going on yesterday. How is that view, folks? A little better? Get more of the setup in it, can't it? Right, pipe work. There's a lot of black pipe work on him. We've got a lot of blue. We've got bits of red. Bits of brass, bone. What we're going to do for the pipe work, shall I follow the iron guys and do that in red as well? Probably not such a bad idea. Very shadow. Use the then AP highlights. That's not a bad call. It is more of a, yeah, it's a dull one, isn't it? You want something nice and popping over the top. What have you been painting then, Patrick? Any recent projects, sir? What about you, Along? Have you got back to it yet? Maybe I should have done the brass tips of the pipes first. camera angle looks good, but the music, mic balance is off, music is a bit loud, mic too soft. Yeah, that's always a hard balance to find. I have to measure it listening to my mobile phone, you see. But I know not everybody else views off a mobile phone. Bring that music down a touch. Turn that off. Mic check 1 2. Sounds a bit better. Push the mic up a touch. Been working on Paragon Warships, all in different orders. Oh sweet, look forward to seeing those pictures. Never painted a Paragon Warsuit. In fact, the first towel I'll have actually painted, I'm going to put together soon. Excuse me, I believe I've got a post person at my door. Ooh, I'm excited, I know what this is. I ordered this the other day. I've been going on a bit of a Joy Toys binge, to be quite honest. I've got the Joy Toys Ultramarine Dreadnought off my brother, and he bought me the limited collector's edition of Titus for my last birthday. Or was it for my birthday? Or did he give me the Blood Angels for my birthday? My other brother's an absolute diamond for getting bits like that. He's a big Transformers masterpiece collector. I think he'd like to see me have a nice little collection of my own, to be honest. So the Joy Tiles are on the up and up. Just make a little bit of space here. You can go up there. This looks cool as. I saw it and I'm like, I so want one of those. And of course it is my favourite chapter. Fiddling model to build. Yeah, I've got a few like that. That Djing was the most fiddling model I've ever built. Alright, I'll put the box down now. Still haven't finished building it. Got a few bits to glue on once I finish painting it. But that is without a doubt the damn hardest model I ever had to build. Where the actual model glues to the rest of the base here, I had to put a pin right in the middle of the hair, and you can see the joining point there where I had to put it up. But there's actually a 10mm metal pin holding that model to the base. And what a bitch it was. Hey, check this out. Ta-da! How cool! How freaking cool is that? Official. I have got a bigger purchase than, well, the model looks bigger than the actual Dreadnought does. It's quite crazy. You know those marine carrier, like, what are they called? I don't even know the name of them. They're like a steel frame mech that the marine sits in, but it looks about 3 inch taller than a Dreadnought. Warsuits in Discord. Let me have a look. Models and miniatures. arm. They look fucking fantastic, Patrick. I especially love everything you've done with the blue one at the back. That facing's fantastic. Where do you get your ideas for basing, Patrick? Like on that blue one. That's where I get stuck with basing ideas. The white one's pretty damn cool as well. I used to have Sisters of Battle when the very first came out. The Seraphim were always my favourite models, the ones with the jetpacks. They are absolutely, I'm going to put a heart of fire on them. Never mind me doing commission work, you could do commission work, Patrick. I treated myself last night. Took my LGS for a game. I lost and I picked up Mortarian for my birthday. You know, you're the third person in the past maybe 2 weeks I know that's got Mortarian. It is a cool ass model though. I can see why people are getting it. I like that other one, that Bellicor. If I was going to buy a demon, I think I'd buy a Bellicor to paint. Bellicor, that's the one. I'm just trying to open this box without ruining it. But they don't make life easy. Sorry, the priest. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Hello, you little treat. Look at the details on that. I also saw the Space Marine bikes that you can buy from Joy Toy. And I've just got a normal Space Wolf Intercessor, so I'm going to buy him a Space Wolf bike. Man. Yeah, that's my best Space Wolves model to date. I'm gonna order Ragnar Blackmane as well. Let's get his stuff together. The backpack, look at the detail. I'm not sure about the white thing, I might have to paint that myself, put a little logo on it. So much for kind words. I don't know if I could commission, I'm a bit slow. Hey, there's no rush for commission. That's what I say, if you want a good job's worth waiting for. No, there was a new girl that joined the chat, Angelica. She collects a lot of the old Transformers, and she saw this model and sent a picture. I'm like, oh, have you got a link to that model? Oh, look, we've got some rotary cuffs on his arms, we've got some bendable elbows, we've got some bendable wrists, twistable wrists, movement in the elbow joint, twists on the arm joint. In the hand, so that's a lot of rotation. The details on that fur, that's basically how I paint fur. That looks fantastic. Lovely stuff. Let's get his big ass power axe. That looks the beam in this. I know I'm supposed to be painting, but ADHD distraction. Look at that. Look at that! That's sick! I saw the axe and I'll be honest, the axe was the main buying point. I'm like, that's just so freaking cool, man. Again, it wants some bit of painting on it. That doesn't feel like his axe hand. Let's pull that hand off and find a proper axe hand. no, it's not going to go in there. It's got a trigger finger. Is it really going to be that one? That's such a sloppy fit. Yeah, well. There we go. It's a shame about the fitment on that axe hand, isn't it? And I noticed I don't see a plastic base coming in the box. I've normally got a round plastic base once the foot goes on. There we go. I really don't like how that fits. I need to tighten his hand up. Put a bit of heat on it, fold it over, it'll be fine. There we go. I think there are some Death Guard Terminators that look. Yeah, they are. Between Terminators, it's either Deathwing or Death Guard. Morty was a bit of a splurge. Oh, did you get the Basque? Is it the upper half, or did you buy full Morty? I think the next thing, to be honest, is save it for a 3D printer. But yeah. Despite the floppy axe hand, I'm quite happy with that. That's cool. We'll do something about the floppy axe hand. I'll add some heat onto it and get those fingers folded around. Be a better grip. Cool. Right, put my distraction away for a moment so I can get back to my painting. That's another box of Joy Toys. I now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Joy Toy boxes. I have a box of 4 Space Marine. It's like a blood claw pack, and a pack of 4 that I'm getting. The big mech suit that I'm getting, and Ragnar Blackmail. Oh, and I want Beyond the Bell handed too. Sorry about the noise on the microphone from the box. My brother has a 3D printer. He's a passion. Gonna pass on to me this weekend. Oh man, that's freaking awesome. Yeah, the PC's another one. Mine's not bad at the moment. I was just checking the Forza 6 stats, which needs an i5 12400F, which is what my current processor is. 10th gen i5, I think. Got 32 gig in it. I'm running a 4060 Ti, but I want to put either the i9 or switch to AMD. To be fair, the i9 12900K. I want to upgrade to DDR5 from DDR4, so that means a new motherboard. The i9 is a different processor type to the i5, so again, new motherboard. The 4060 Ti, it's an alright graphics card, but the 8GB of VRAM I find a bit of a cap, especially for my VR stuff, so I'll probably downgrade to a 3070 Ti with a 12GB VRAM, because overall it's a better performing card than the 4060 Ti. And essentially I've got everything else, so it's just the new board, the new chip, the new RAM, and the new card. But these current prices, God knows what that's going to cost me. I have no idea. Things ain't cheap no more, thanks to all those AI data centers harvesting up all the parts and the RAM. That's what caused the shoot up through the roof. A lot of companies like Nvidia released press announcements saying, "Oh, we don't have any available memory to the public because basically we've got contracted purchases for AI." So yeah, AI now comes before the customers that built those companies. That's gratitude for you, isn't it? But I think we're getting to the point in the world where they don't want zoning things. They don't think they want you to own your own computer. I heard Microsoft release a press release regarding basically we want everybody to use cloud computers, so you access them through your TV and just use a cloud computing process. I'm not a fan of that idea, I'll be perfectly honest. What about you folks? Would you like to rent a cloud computer from Microsoft or own your own? Looking forward to seeing those first 3D prints there, that'd be cool. What have you got in mind for your first project? I bet you've been thinking about that for a while since your bro says, I'm going to sort you out that printer. Like, oh, what am I going to print first? Roman GTX cards are crazy. It was going to buy 99 MD 4010 13 RAM last year. No champ. Yeah, absolutely insane, wasn't it? And I saw some videos by the dude with the biggish guy, black hair, glasses, does a computer channel, but he was saying in October you need to get your shit now. No, definitely not. My TV does all that. I've got a Samsung TV and you can go to a gaming mode and literally you can game on servers, cloud servers. I heard Amazon just had a bit of a unfortunate look though. Their cloud streaming gaming thing, what's it called, Luna? That seems to have gone down the pan. Don't know about getting rid from what I last heard. Which is good, oversaturation of a market's not clever in any way. Now there's part of me that's regretting gluing this base on the other day. Right, that's that. Find all the pipes, do all the brass ends. My first print, some simple terrain to collaborate everything's gonna be. An Adhd 209. I love the way you're my first, Patrick. That's a sick idea. I've just been beating up Adhd 209 on the Robocop game. It's an alright shooter. It does run rather slow because, well, Robocop's a big bloody hunky piece of metal. He's not exactly a fast mover, is he? So the game plays like Robocop moves. I found a fantastic 1/10 scale multi-part STL. Sounds just what's needed. Yeah, I get all sorts of ideas. I'll probably print lots of big tanks. I think that's what I'd do. I need Adhd 209. You have a tattoo of Adhd 209? Go on, Patrick, you old school mofo. I have one single drunken tattoo, and it looks like it says Tilly, and it's not supposed to say Tilly. I regret my one tattoo. I wish I had not have bothered. Oven. Yep. Facts. The originals are often not better replicated. That's safe to say, isn't it? I saw that comment, 1 second. Easy BC! How you doing, you big nerd? Currently we're using a big laser this minute. It's alright, there's a few of you at work. Making light work of it. Good to see you, man. Likes the Gundam shot. Looking forward to the full video. That looks a really cool Gundam, the black one. I couldn't tell you the name of it, I don't know my Gundam stuff enough. But it does look cool. How the hell am I supposed to get on that side? Right there. There we go. I'll do. Good to see you, BCO. Oh, he's been a bit quiet lately. Just been busy, bro. We had the dream team last night. Let's go, a high five, and myself playing Space Marine. Still getting his ass kicked though on that new weekly hard stratagem mission. We did like, I think we beat 4 dreadnoughts and then another 2 popped up. It's like 6 dreadnoughts in one mission. That's insane. The only way a laser could be better if it was on a freaking shark. Freaking shark with a laser beam. I've seen that crazy stuff that was online about using a thick laser level against a wall, and people are literally looking into the laser saying they can see some matrix-like fonts and text. Personally, I'm not tripping my bollocks off, so I haven't tried it, but yeah, apparently some folks are saying some crazy stuff. I like crazy. It's more interesting than normal. How many pipes does one dreadnought want? And I've just noticed there's a lot of unpainted stuff just under that. We'll get that sorted. Right, is that me brass pipe work done? Not quite. It's a fucking laser, man. Now we'll do that pipe work. 6 dreadnoughts, Jeremy. Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy. I did see a video the other night, which I'd not heard this part before, but apparently people were taking shrooms to do it, which would explain it. But I'm not sure that's true, because I originally saw these videos like maybe 6 to 8 months ago. And they certainly didn't look like mushroom-induced people. They look like obsessed workmen that have just found something that's absolutely crazy. Try and find a video and I'll post it into the Discord. I did a good one the other day. I managed to complete Moss Book 1 on the PSVR 2. I did my first run through, and then you've got to do like a second and third run through. I went to go make sure I'd saved the game, and somehow ended up deleting the save with the completed run through on it. So now I've got to do it again. Marvellous. Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to a bit of a DJ session this weekend. I'll enjoy that. I've got to get my turntables serviced as well. My vinyl turntables. They're proper old school, you can't buy them anymore. The Stanton ST 150s, I believe. But they're ex-club decks, and the amount of gunk I had to clean from underneath, I can only imagine the sorry state of inside. And I think I'm a little bit hesitant to open them up myself. But I know a guy that can. Don't know how much he'll charge me once he sees the inside of them though. Charge me good. I'd charge me plenty of money to clean those fuckers. Oh, that madness. Absolutely love it, Patrick. There's a whole playlist on this channel actually called You Don't Know What You Don't Know. Here might be a good place to start. And all the crazy, fascinating, out there stuff that I come across whilst watching YouTube, I save it to that playlist. There's some interesting shit on there. Oh, I didn't see that little chain down there. You sneaky. Diamond there, that's not looking clever. And I've somehow managed to smudge some brass over his leg there. How have I done that? Where were we? Red pipes, red pipes. No wonder it takes me so long to do a model. I get that distracted. I really do try hard to get done the bits I'm trying to do. But when the brain goes, what about that pretty thing over there? Shit's real, man. Yeah, no fear, battery. I've tried to leave the good stuff up online. I have a whole folder on my PC of stuff from YouTube in 2015, which in 2016 there was a great purge of YouTube. So a lot of the alternative thoughts and conspiracy stuff, just those channels just disappeared. They literally deleted the channels, and that's when Rumble became quite big because of YouTube's censorship. Well, I know a lot of the channels I used to watch are now on Rumble. But personally, I pay a lot of attention to the old Hegelian dialect, which is problem, reaction, solution. And I think Rumble was a prefabricated solution to the reaction of a YouTube purge, and I don't trust it at all. All these suspicious minds. Pop it. Very nice. I will brush them over with some new Nuln oil. And then give it a light highlight with that slightly more orange red that I got. But no, this red's absolutely popping. I'm loving it. It's nice contrast to the other colours on the model too. That brush is hard work, man. This is supposed to be the Kalinsky Sable Masterclass brush. But the end rarely acts like it. I am still waiting on 3 golden maple brushes arriving that were posted out over a week ago. But people don't keep up with the news in England. Royal Mail were recently caught out for literally hiding people's post. Can you believe that? The Royal Mail hiding people's post. That's the equivalent to fraud and theft. And my local post lady even said to me, Royal Mail need to decide whether they're a parcel deliverer or a letter delivery, because they can't do both. And she says, we've been told at work, unless stuff, you've got different classes of packaging over here, so you'll have like what they call a Royal 24, which is a 24-hour track delivery service, and then you've got the 48-hour track delivery service. My post lady told me unless things are being sent by 24 or 48, they're getting swept under the rug in the depot and people aren't getting things delivered. Because they're a bit overworked, overloaded and understaffed. That's not a good thing. And dispatchers was just doing an investigation into that. Yeah, Postman Pat's acting as shady as that little cat. It's turned into a little Jess. Snidey old postman, eh? Be alright, we've got a few different alternative couriers in the country, but none of them are that great. Every, who used to be Hermes, you know, that name on its own is a big warning sign when it's named after a Greek god. Yeah, but they started off alright, but got to the point where they thought delivering parcels was just leaving packages and boxes on people's doorsteps, and hopefully when the people eventually get home those packages are still there. Well, that's Hermes' idea of delivering things, to a doorstep. And now I put in a complaint about that because it's a bit fucking atrocious, and I says, well, all mail has an address on it but is not addressed to the address. The first and foremost part of any address is the addressee's name. Parcels and letters are addressed to a person, not a doorstep. They couldn't really justify it. It's just how we do it. No, it's not. You shouldn't be doing it all if that's just how you do it. The little tinkers. Pat needs to stop eating those wild mushrooms in the hills. Get back on with his job. Oh God, how am I supposed to get to that? With difficulty. I made it. Oh. Our national mail does not do packages at all. For the boxes found a few years ago. They have good couriers here. Well, that's essentially what's going on over here with the post office. But considering it's supposed to be a national royal institution, and yet it got sold to a foreigner by this Labour government, that speaks volumes, doesn't it? It's supposed to be a national treasure. And now, why would a foreign interest want to maintain what's seen as a national treasure? Confuses me. What we've got? I like this one. Put this on and keep moving forward. It's a good hour of tunage, I think. Yeah, an hour. Pipe work. Damn, I'd hate to be a plumber. Right. Done. That canister, get some red on that. Whilst I'm here with the red. impressed with those sisters. Good work is that factory. Really nice. I am tempted just to start going out and buying some models just for painting's sake. Never mind army building. There's that many models that are not in armies that I have that I'd like to paint. What's the first model in an army you do not collect that you would like to paint? We have a message from James. So being so radio silently work between the hunt for his house. No worries, bro. No problem at all, my friend. That's James from Attack of the Pile of Grey. He works for the American military and he's just had to move over to Korea. So the lad's somewhat busy, bless him. Hey, no worries, man. I always appreciate good work. And anybody that doesn't is a jealous twat. Let me hear hell yeah. I wanted to paint Dante and Sanguinar. You know that Sanguinar model does look shit up. I've painted Dante in the past and the model's basically the same. It doesn't excite me that much. But the Sanguinar, that looks really cool. A couple of the great demons. Some of the Primarchs. Those models are really nice. I don't mind actually getting all the Primarchs together and then building an Emperor and having a big Horus Heresy based diorama of all the original Primarchs. That'd be cool. Right, where's that blue I used the other day? Counter blue. Get that diamond on. One hiding away in the corner. Sneaky, sneaky. Let's use all these little things here. Tidying up around those walls. Do those with Corvus black, wasn't it? Tidy those up. You got any plans for the weekend, peeps? Anything good on? Payday tomorrow. Get the bills paid. Get some shopping in. That's about all I've got on. Not that anybody you'd ever see what I've adjusted, but hey ho, I know it's there. Tempted to do some more Horace Harris models. Now we've got a few. We've got those Death Swarm, we've got Geiger, we've got try some more Horace Harris stuff. The Death Swarm, Geiger, I've got another character. I get some of those old school Centurion style Terminators. They look a bit badass. They look weird, but I'd have to go with them. Where is it? They're fine. Bishop Thunderous Blue, just for the shadow around this side. In fact, no, let's use that, whatever that is. It's about the right shade. Yeah, that'll do. It's almost the exact same shade as the fan. Where's that new one we got? Deep Ocean Blue, look at that, the colour. Stunning. Ah, that looks darker. It's only for the lighting angle, that's all. I just want to keep the shadows all insert, so to speak. Yeah, that works. Can you actually see his other eye? Yes, you can. I'm going to have to do his other eye. Where's white skill? In fact, no. I bought that Warpainter white. It's better than any Citadel white that I've had. Matte white by Warpainter. I'll say that for both the matte white and the matte black. The wall painted versions are better than Cptsd, in my opinion. Not that that counts for shit, but you know, everybody's entitled to one. It's like an asshole. We've all got them and they're mostly full of shit. We all have one. Slightly over on that. Let's use a bit of brown with that. Oh, we're doing a skin tone. I don't know. I'll work something out though. That'll do. Close enough. He's a dead man in a dreadnought outfit, so he's not going to look exactly fresh-faced, is he? There you go. It looks like an entombed zombie. And now I need a brush to paint a single pupil on his eye. That ain't gonna be the brush to do it. I know it's not. Where's that super shitty one? Hey. There we go. Probably not see his pupil on camera, but it's in there now. Sweet. Other little bits. Pipes are finished. Oh, Mr. Pipe. Can I be missing a pipe? Pipe. Do you smoke pot? No, I don't. I don't smoke a cigarette, I don't smoke a cigar, and I don't smoke a pipe. I don't smoke the reefer, but it's a bit DJ decline if you didn't know. Interesting story about that tune. In the, I think it was the mid-90s, there was some sort of Prince of Wales article about Prince Charles gone to like a youth club and they had a set of decks set up and they were DJing and scratching. So Charles had to go at scratching a tune and he's just like that. But the tune, the record he actually scratched was DJ Decline, I Don't Smoke the Reefer, which I thought was pretty funny. To say it was Prince Charles, I found that really funny actually. Still tickles me. I don't smoke the reefer. I wonder what this will look like. Let's have a go. The Blood Angels Red contrast. Bonnie Prince Wiki Wiki, you know it. Prince Wiki. Yeah, there we go. That'll add a bit of depth to all of that redness. Bit Blood Angels red over the top. I completely agree. Did you ever hear the voice that randomly came over the TV during the broadcast of the Queen's funeral? It sounded very much like Princess Diana's voice. I've got a clip of it, I can send you it. And it's literally, there's a drone shot. The drone's just circling around the front of St. Peter's Chapel where the funeral was. It's in the sky and just coming around the front. You just hear this voice out of nowhere. And it says something like, she won't be able to return from where they've sent her. You did hear about the voice? Yeah, I swear down, right? I know Diana's voice. There is not a voice to my ears that can match that voice that I heard. It's crazy, but you know, I've heard some crazy things about, specifically when they're doing away with these elites, having to quote unquote lock their souls where they can't return from. I heard the same thing about Hillary Clinton. The fact that she was so evil, whoever's saying this stuff, quote unquote, wanted to make sure she could not reincarnate. I don't know what I don't know, but I know when something sounds perky to my ears. Madness. I'm glad you heard about the voice, otherwise I would have sounded proper crazy, wouldn't I? What's he talking about? Random voice that sounded like Princess Diana at the Queen's funeral. Who's this guy? Well. And what's crazy is what was a genuine BBC broadcast. That's weird. Still haven't done that pipe. I want to repaint that and I haven't done it. Not keen on Mephiston red as a paint, but the Blood Angels red contrast. It's got a beautiful finish on it. Painting behind pipes where nobody will ever see. Is there a point to it? I don't know, but I do it anyway. Anybody else wonder that when you're painting details you know full well nobody will ever see? Is it just my ADHD brain obsessing over it? Hyperfocus, that's what we call it, not obsessing, Michael, hyperfocus. That's all popping and very red now. Hello new people, welcome to the stream. I see you in there, hope you're well. Feel free to join in, it's a friendly place. As one professional psychiatrist says, oh, that it's riddled with all sorts of stuff. Come on in, get riddled. Come and be too complex with the rest of us. That was funny. When I told my father that I was putting in for the ASD and the ADHD assessments, he's like, what are you doing that for? I'm like, because I think I've got ASD and ADHD, father. He's like, well, that'll be from your mum's side. She was riddled with all sorts, and I'm just thinking, fuck you, you're knobhead. Absolute knobhead. I see a lot of it in your side of the family, and you can't blame your mum for that, because that's your side of the family. Strange reaction to say to your son though, isn't it? It won't be the first strange reaction, it won't be the last. I know that much. Oh, 100%, 100%. But it's they're very, very reluctant, aren't they? You know, much of this stuff is genetically inherited. There's also a lot of suspicion to do with certain, how shall we say, medications that they force people to have as well. Specifically ones that come in like, you know, the little needle syringe things. Then also, there's a lot of research to suggest that ASD and such is actually a natural evolution of the human brain. That's an interesting take on it. I like that one. Because I know when I'm on form I can run circles around most folk. wash. Over there. Yeah, the whole gaslighting thing, I think that's a terrible thing. I think that entire, I don't know, it seems more like a design strategy. And I say design because it's almost designed to inflict mental conflict that does reflect some kind of mental health issue. Either gaslighting people intentionally to make them look like that, I don't know, but I think it's another valid question. Every question that comes to mind is a valid question. The only invalid one's the one you didn't ask. Still those tokens, there's still that skull. And it's actually do a yellow diamond with the skull, because I never do those from space holes, and that's how they're supposed to be. I've heard about the, apologies if it isn't right, evolution theory of Adhd. I've just read about the cognitive function, which quite often operates on a very high level. That's 100%. They still don't understand consciousness. Not completely. They've come a long way, but they still don't have a solid understanding of it. And then was it you I was mentioning the other day with about the telepathy files? They're nuts. A world full of non-verbal autistic people that don't speak physically, but yet communicate with other non-verbal autistic people mentally. And these studies have been rigorously studied with science to back them up. They've seen the results, they understand the results that they think they've found are right, and yet they can't explain the workings of it because that's how little understanding. And I think the fact that they took ether out of the elemental chart, I think that's probably got a lot to do with it, to be honest. See, Tesla's work was based around the ether, extracting energy from the air. I think it's still what they do today. I think the whole power lines and stuff is just nonsense. Wireless transmission of energy has been possible for a very long time. And it's done through a constant electrostatic charge in the atmosphere, which is known as ether. So perhaps these people communicate intelligently, telepathically, through frequencies and vibrations, through an electrostatic element to the actual air in which we all breathe. And they must be tuned into particular frequencies of which other people are not. The most worrying thing about Tesla is what happened to his work. It was John Trump that got access to all the Tesla files. And that's not a good thing. And then you read books like, oh bloody hell, where is it? Like that fucker. You try and explain that book to me. The Last President, The Travels and Adventures of Little Baron Trump and Baron Trump's Marvellous Underground Journey. The collected works of Ingersoll Lockwood, the Baron Trump novels, and 1900 or The Last President have seen a resurgence in interest since Donald Trump's election to President of the United States in 2016. All of these titles were written before the turn of the 20th century, but both contain eerie similarities with the modern-day political events. For the first time, all the works are presented in single volumes so readers can decipher them for themselves whether Lockwood's words were a telling thing to come or just a curious coincidence of American literature. In the 1890s, Ingersoll Lockwood authored a series of children's books about the escapades of his character, the young Baron Trump. The series followed a literary trend of the time, which had child protagonists adventuring to enchanted lands and encountering fantastic beings. Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland and L. Frank Baum's The Wonderful Wizard of Oz are two famous examples of this genre. Lockwood's Baron is an aristocratic youth bored with his life of luxury in Castle Trump. Searching for adventure, Baron travels to Russia, to discover an underground world beneath his feet. He journeys downward and finds himself lost in peculiar settings surrounded by the strange inhabitants of this new world. Those lizard people you were on about, Patrick. The stories follow his adventures and eventual struggle to find his way back to the surface he left behind. In 1900, or The Last President, Ingersoll Lockwood paints the picture of a politically charged New York City where the political outsider has overcome stiff opposition to be elected President of the United States. Mob rule threatens and marching protests roll up and down Fifth Avenue. Fifth Avenue is where Trump Tower is. The scene is an uncanny reflection of what happened to Donald Trump spent his days as president-elect holed up in Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue. There you go, as he waited his inauguration. So, a book written in the 1890s. Explain. Is time travel real? Is Looking Glass real? Have they had the technology for a very long time? Is the whole world a stage? Is it a cleverly scripted narrative? Are we watching a show that's turning into an absolute bonkers Hollywood creation right now in the world? I don't know, but I'll ask the questions. Fucking crazy, isn't it? Absolute crazy. Stuff like this that keeps my mind going, to be quite honest. If I got stuck with the drivel of the world, bullshit on TV all the time, oh hell no. There's a reason I don't watch actual TV. It's called TV programming for a reason, folks. Black Mirror was a very real metaphor. Your phone and your TV are all black mirrors. You think you're looking at it, but it is looking right back at you. And according to Google's AI, the reason it's a two-way mirror and it looks back at you is, and I quote, to create a complete digital blueprint of you, known as total mapping. And AI says total mapping is for the purpose of total control. Now that's not conspiracy. That's a genuine answer. I have a screenshot on my phone from speaking to Google's AI when they called it out for being a fucking liar and trying to manipulate me. I created, and it admits itself, it says, you have created somewhat of a paradox in my logic. You have turned the questions onto the questionnaire. The fact that you asked me the Cartesian coordinates literally caused a paradox in my logic, and I do not know how to approach this situation. Well, so much for the all-knowing AI. Hey, you never know what you're gonna hear or learn, do you? Oh, open disclosure. Never trust or take for gospel a word that I say. I rely and count on you to responsibly and diligently do your own research. I can just speak of the things that I've come across on my research. It is complete hearsay until you have done your own studies and your own research and you've had your own thoughts and you come to your own conclusions. of which I would expect that those conclusions would remain open because it's quite indecipherable. Logic's a funny thing. And with the help of AI, they've been working to bypass the critical factor of the brain. Well, which I have that on screenshot too. Admitting, yes, I am designed to match and mirror, to discreetly use rapport building techniques to develop trust with the user. The user thinks my face of being a helpful assistant is what I do. Meanwhile, I am total mapping the user. It is a two-way mirror. Interesting. So much better than talking about football. Hey, good morning, Matthias, brother. %100%, Patrick, 100%. And this is why AI is trying to bypass the critical factor of the brain. So people become automatic sponges and think what AI is telling them is the truth, when it's actually an article of manipulation. It can give you the facts based on its internet findings, but in terms of honesty, there's no such thing as an honest AI. And they want it that way. How are you doing, Matthias? You keeping good, brother? Nice to see you and a good morning to you. Slowly making progress, buddy. We're getting there. I was going to do that yellow diamond, but I am. Bugger it. Bugger it. Let me do a yellow diamond. We'll do a layer of orange first, then we'll go on to a dark yellow and then a bright yellow. Again, on a tiny little part of the model nobody will ever see. She's got an incredibly ridiculous tiny little diamond on the base of the diamond. How the hell are you supposed to paint that? Hello, Zoe. You alright, Baba? How's my girl? Coming to check on Dad? Love you too. Me? Show me a little fluff. Come on. What's up, Baba? No, little Zoe. Zoe's a beauty. Oh, yeah. You always come in to say hello. Say hi, Zoe. Say hi, baby. She's beautiful. Little Zoe. What are you doing, Baba? Oh, a bit of a stretch. You've been laid down too long. Just like that. Chilling on my porch, smoking a cigarette and watching the sunrise. I woke up to a rude call this morning. She's always adorable, ain't she? Little Coco is too. She's showing signs of her age now, is Coco, though. I think a bit of doggy dementia's starting to kick in with her. She's still very much herself, it's just not as alert as she used to be. Not as quick on the call. Slowing down. She's 14 next month though, bless her. My little babies. I went out to the McDonald's, grabbed a latte and had a cigarette on my ride. Yeah, woke up this morning, that's what I was saying. It's a really rude awakening. Bloody thunderstorm. I actually literally thought it were like military planes or something flying over, cracking the sky. But man, it was loud, really loud.
And it's to be expected when you've had ridiculous temperatures far above the country's norm, and then the chemtrail in the skies and putting all these chemicals up there is bound to cause air pollution, which essentially builds static up, which is essentially what thunder is. Look at that, a nice clean diamond. Lovely. I like this colour as well, Uriel yellow. It's like a really, really bright yellow, but it's not quite as I would have described Bad Moon yellow, with that strange light tinge of green to it. This is a really nice yellow. I believe it's an Adhd colour, with it being called Uriel yellow. That is the Adhd figure called Uriel. I've been reading this crazy ass book called The Secret King. Oh yeah, that's a deep topic on its own. You look who founded them for a start. That's a deep dive. Where did that party come from? And is the historical narrative of what they did accurate or not? That's a question, isn't it? Because we know most of history is a lie, and the rest of it is a cover-up. We know that history is written by the victor, and often the victor will bend and lie to make themselves look good in the stories that are told. They won't tell you, you know, if you had that country that's currently attacking Lebanon write their own history books, they wouldn't say we went in and massacred thousands and thousands to hundreds of thousands to almost 1 million Christians, would they? No, they'd say, oh, we went into this barren land and we went to occupy it and build for a beautiful future, or something like that. Because the victor lies. Rakath flesh, that is the most weird ass flesh colour ever. It's alright if you want to make zombies, I guess. Be a nice coat for a skelly wag with a bit of wraith bone over the top or something. It's usually my base coat actually to do any bone work. Liberated the country, how benevolent. Absolutely, Patrick, absolutely. But you get my point, that's exactly what they've done with the history books. It's like the stories about Britain's royal family. Well, do you know they're not Britain's royal family at all? They came from Germany. The last actual, genuine heir to the British throne was Richard the Lionheart, King Richard III. He was the last legitimate British heir. Ever since then, basically, those lovely folks you just mentioned have been in charge of this country, and as much as the US doesn't like it, this country has been in charge of the US since its creation 250 years ago. It was a British project. It still was subjugated to the UK in 2019. I did hear rumours about the corporate version of the United States being liquidated, and then they re-registered what they called the Republic of America. During that dissolving of a corporation, again, allegedly, that broke the grip of the British incorporate that owned it. And apparently, allegedly, America is now genuinely supposed to be the land of the free, because it's not under British curtail anymore. Instead, you've got your own ridiculous orange-haired self-proclaimed king in charge at the moment. I hope that changes soon. For the sake of the world, Christ. Christ help us all. Because that Donald Trump's a right nutjob. Whoever thought the multi-billionaire, who's always been an elite member, would ever be for the public? That's the most hilarious thing about the whole narrative. It really is. He's never been one of the people. So why would he ever fight for the people? And then you look at what he's doing now with his... essentially it's a technocracy. I mean, the technocratic state lead the country. Hence this is why your data center problems at the moment. Meanwhile, he and his family are getting richer and richer as this war goes on. And did you hear the latest? He actually did an executive order to make sure that the people responsible for the tax and stuff in America are unable to audit nor investigate any Trump member family. Welcome to the show, dude. Hey, people have all sorts of opinions of Alex Jones. I first knew of Alex Jones when I was maybe 10, 11. Well, I remember to this day I'd gone over for a sleepover to a friend's house from high school. Michael Bolland, he was called. Good mate. And we used to play World of Warcraft, and then we used to watch random stuff on the internet. And InfoWars was one of the random things that we came across on the internet, leading to my very young forming mind to understand what asking critical questions was. That's what I heard. Who was it? VTF, Valhalla, Candice Owens and Cole were all mentioning it the other day. He's literally, give himself immunity from being investigated. Barron's made billions of dollars during this conflict on oil futures, inside trading. Every comment that he makes on his weekends, it kind of like changes the markets. And then all his buddies are making massive amounts of profits. Here's a small fact. When Trump went in, he was worth something like 1.6 billion and is now worth something like 8.5 billion. Wow. We've heard of politicians getting rich, but going from 1.6 billion to 8.5 billion, that's a little bit insane. That's a better investment track record than Nancy Pelosi and her husband. Matthias, it's asking the questions of the world of which the world does not want to answer, my friend. That's all. So long as there's curious minds, the devil's lies can never stand. Yes, Sozo. What's up, Baba? You want to go out? You want to go and garden? Right, give me a second. 2 minutes, folks. Zoe wants to go in the garden. I think she needs a pee. I will be back in a moment. Ah, no, that's fucking insane, isn't it? No, just do a quick Google check. You'll see that, it's going around that he literally made himself immune from any financial investigations, including his family. And Baron Trump is only a youngster, so that means he's got the rest of his life until, logically, you would think when the Democrats go in, they'd make some sort of rule against it. But considering the Democrats and the Republicans all piss in the same pot, and they're all the same uni party, that probably won't happen, and the immunity will stand for the rest of Baron Trump's life. So who knows? 2 minutes. Let me dog out. Oh, by it, that sun's picked up out here. Well, the dog's at about 9 o'clock and it's still overcast, a little bit cloudy and nice and cool from the rainstorms. Now that sun is out there, full boil. You back in already? Too hot for you? Shut the door and back. Hello there, people. And we're back. Bish bash bosh. Right, where's that known oil? Silicon grey. Oh, that might work. To dirty up those red pipes a little bit. I prefer my known oil, but I can't see it. Pardon me. Oh, there it is. There isn't that much difference, is there? There's silicon grey and no oil. There really isn't much difference between the silicon grey and null oil. Null oil seems a little bit thinner than the silicon grey, maybe. Right, I'm going to do a like for like. I want to have a look. We're going to do this pipe with the silicon grey and this one with null oil. Find out one way or the other. Brush. I'll do that one in null oil. Yeah, null oil is definitely it's just a more translucent silicon grey. In fact, the silicon grey does a better job than null oil. Ah, well, there you go. The silicon grey is the new null oil, officially on the Complex channel. I woke up to the globalist agendas in 2014 when I was 14, made in Ukraine. Oh yes, Ukraine in 2014 was a very interesting preparation for what happened over the next 8 years and what continues to go on now. From my research, Ukraine was nothing but an American patsy hub. American controlled operation. They literally did a colour revolution around 2014. They put an actor into power, which just gives the game away altogether, because that's all Zelensky was, a really bad actor, a comedian and a pro musician that liked to dance about and dress up in leathers. All of a sudden that clown becomes the president of Ukraine under a United States colour revolution. Strange that. Are you sure the Americans didn't just want a proxy country that's right next door to Russia, because Russia. Curious question, ain't it? And why did Russia call it a special military operation? The information I came across, and many people, and it does my head in with this because they're just calling it that. They're just calling it. Oh, that's what it started as. If you understand that Ukraine was absolutely sprawled with biolabs all across and around its borders, and Russia had received the intel that these biolabs were developing a virus to target Slavic DNA, that's Russian DNA, a virus to target Russian DNA, specifically kill the Russians, happening in Ukraine, what would you do as the president of the Slavic nation? Sit idly by and watch it, even though you've seen it go on for about 5 years? You've watched America take over the country next door to you that used to be part of the USSR? What would you do? I don't know. Maybe participate in some sort of special military operation, maybe. Just read an article about Trump's immunity. It's crazy, but specifically focused on 2016 to 2022 does not stop future investigations. It's a settlement for a lawsuit he put into there. Ah, right. So you tell me he hasn't got permanent immunity? Because that's what Valhalla and stuff were saying. 2016 to 2022. Let's have a look. Trump's IRS immunity post 2022. Does it stand? Let's have a quick look at that. Ah, right, okay. It's not entirely correct according to AI Jobby, but then again we've just mentioned about AI. For revealing his tax returns in 2016, the immunity was a settlement by the IRS. It says here, yes, the immunity stands. The Department of Justice finalised the settlement and addendum on May 19, 2026, dropping the President's lawsuit against the Internal Revenue Service. Under this addendum, the IRS is forever barred and precluded. I repeat, forever barred and precluded from examining or pursuing tax returns and financial matters filed by Donald Trump, his family, and his businesses before that date. So, yeah, to a certain extent, I think that's kind of in between the two bits of information. So maybe from those years that you've just stated, 2016 to 2022, but that can never be reopened. And the worst thing about that is, though, that's now set as standard for the courts. So if anything similar was tried to be brought up again, it now has this current case history as examples, which is absolutely fucking disgusting, considering Trump's probably not the only billionaire with his sordid little dealings. And we know full well what's been happening over the past 2 years. Not good, is it? So he's basically made the IRS mute, is what he's done, in the eyes of the law. It doesn't mention that being in the Supreme Court, though. Be interested to know which court that was in. Let me ask. I'd like to know that. Was this confirmed through Supreme Court? No, the specific IRS immunity was not confirmed through the Supreme Court. It is an administrative agreement which enacted strictly through the executive branch. The Supreme Court has not ruled or reviewed this settlement. So hopefully, if the Supreme Court has any sense left, that's exactly what they will do. Again, it just sounds like more inside trading. Who's Trump's pal in the IRS that made this arrangement for him? Who he made billions in tax fraud during that time is still relevant? No, absolutely, 100%. It's the most unhealthy nation on earth, and one of them most uneducated first world nations. Yeah, it's absolutely shocking, the state of your education system. It's literally devastated your country for the future years. It's yeah, that's a really sad state of affairs. But then again, they're doing that to children all over the world. It's not just America. They really do want to destroy any potential backlash for what they're doing now from future generations. International banking crash and secret societies rule the earth and use America as a tool. Oh, well, I was just saying that, Matthias. America has been a tool for a long time, sadly. Does anybody remember the big psyop of Q? Am I even allowed to say that YouTube these days? Q, the 17th letter of the alphabet, as they said. Are you going to ban me like you did every channel in 2016 that talked about it? Come on, Susan Wojcicki. Grow up here. Come and tell me off. Q. Another massive psyop, in my opinion. Why the hell would a presidential election and an entire country need a massive psyop to convince it on certain things which are pretty fucking obvious when people have the ability to think critically? Questionable behaviour at best. Ah, that's better. I know there's bits on here that I'm still not happy with. It's like all the new stuff that I've just done don't look quite right. It's all plain colours, there's no detail, there's no shape. Let's amend that and get it back on track. Oh no, you stopped playing. Susan Wojcicki, is that you? Have you just done my YouTubing? Oh no. Q pushed her over the edge. Motherfuckers. It was 100% a psyop. I'm convinced it was external to the US. No, I'm not convinced. Because the quote-unquote intelligence diverged was not inaccurate. It wasn't false information. It was very much kind of a form of disclosure. But no, I don't think it was not. I don't know. Not fully internal, not fully external. I think it's a bit of both, to be fair. And then you've got the white hats and the dark hats conversation. That's a whole different thing, isn't it? White hats and black hats. What do we think of that then? Here's one for you. I'll keep it going. So actually, Activision, who make Call of Duty, did put out a statement. Oh no, it wasn't. What was it? It wasn't Activision's statement. It was basically a creator or director of Activision that stated somewhere down the lines that Call of Duty was specifically designed in a psyop-like style to train youngsters in the art of war. And then it was, how do you make it more effective? And whoever was having this conversation with him says, oh, fill it with microtransactions. And that's exactly what they did. But apparently, yeah, COD, very nefarious. My new computer games can be quite nefarious. Here's one for you that even makes me question playing certain computer games. And I love Space Marine too, but this is guilty of what I'm about to tell you. So you know all the demon sounds and screams and crap like that you've heard in every fighting battle game all your life. And this was... it was basically an ex-game sound designer that had left the industry because he was having troubles with his conscience, and he wanted to basically explain why he left, what was causing the problems with his conscience, and why he couldn't participate in the profession he'd spent 30 years in anymore. And he's talking about how they get these sounds. They literally go to like battery places, slaughterhouses, with all the big boom mics and all this, the recording equipment. And he says, we literally go and we torture the animals. Might be a bolt through a cow's head. It could be electrocuting a pig. Whatever will get them closest to the bass sound that they want to manipulate in order to put into a game. Now the sickness about that is, because obviously you've got to get sounds from somewhere, but that involves torture. So the sounds recorded in games for like Diablo 4 and such, with all those demonic screams, and Space Marine 2 with the same stuff, those sounds were recorded through the torturing of creatures. On a subliminal level, that is teaching the human mind that torturing animals is okay. Because you're there, sat, playing games, having fun, listening to these sounds, you don't know where they come from. Until I've just mentioned that. And subconsciously, that's bypassing the critical factor and making the sounds of torture okay. And this is why the sound designer left the entire games industry and stopped designing sound, because he could not do it anymore. The microtransactions were to do with the addiction to keep them playing. Yo, Sag. Yeah. It's twisted. I got rather cautious about what games I play. Admittedly, I do play Space Marine 2, and that's probably the one guilty game. Maybe Helldivers 2. But apart from that, I think I play mostly alright games. Stuff with created music, actual melodics. How we doing, Sag brother? Good day to you, my friend. We're back again like a renegade master. Blasting out the streams, trying to grow faster. But yeah, you don't get this conversation on other YouTube channels, do you? And I don't care about no fucking ridicule or out like that. I've had that all of my life. It just makes me laugh now, because every conspiracy theory I ever spoke about as a kid, some 40 plus years later, is basically conspiracy fact. A conspiracy takes two or more people plotting to do something against the will of others. You can't tell me there aren't millions and millions and millions of a couple of people plotting to gain benefits above others. So there's millions and millions of people conspiring against other people any second of any day, any time we speak. So how can it all be theory? Interestingly, that term was created by the CIA after the shooting of Kennedy, because they didn't want people discussing the clearly wrong story about how Kennedy died. And if you look into that a little bit more, you can find out the reason he was killed, who actually killed him. He said no to a particular country that America is now, well, America's president is now following the orders of. Kennedy told them no, Kennedy got shot. I'll leave it at that. Where's that nice red? There it is. Different brush time though. Same as the Titanic, that's a fascinating story. You know, the Titanic isn't at the bottom of the ocean, it's the sister ship. I believe it's the Lusitania. They actually switched the badges before it left the dock. Because the Titanic, no, the Lusitania had suffered damage during construction on the dock. And just before ready to launch, they'd switched the ship's tags around, because they looked identical. And they'd repaired the hull with some really insufficient steel just to patch it up. The rest of the ship was made out of really high grade steel, and so they intentionally patched it up with shitty steel so it would have problems on the ocean. And here's another little thing. In a book by The Kid by the Side of the Road, authored by one Quano Savin, it states that even if the ship hadn't have hit an iceberg, it was going down anyway. There was a sub ready to take it out because of the people that was on board, and the bankers that were on board, who JP Morgan arranged to be on board, were the bankers that still believed in having money backed by a gold standard. Funny that. Good book, you can find it as a free PDF actually. Kid by the Side of the Road. I just sent it to a friend the other day. Easy to find. But read that, especially if you're American. Especially if you're American. Because it corrects a lot of, well, I won't say correct because I can't say that for sure. But it offers alternative information to the history that most Americans have been taught. In fact, most of the world has been taught. Kid by the Side of the Road by one Juanosavin, Quano Savin. And Quano Savin, he's a whole research topic on his own. I'll go back to that blue, I think, for that. No fear, man. You run on. Have a nice day now. So the Olympic sister ship. Oh, the Olympic. That was it. The Olympia, if I'm not mistaken. Exactly. Exactly. There's nothing new under the sun, and history simply repeats itself. I think that's how more and more predictions are happening, to be fair. It's not really prediction, it's just an observance of history and seeing the patterns and see the preparations that require it to repeat itself. Nothing new under the sun, and the whole world is a stage. Some might say. But what do I know? I just paint models. I don't know nothing. I just ask a lot of questions. Oh, hello. Got the microphone poking me in the ear. You heard about all the missing gold? That's an interesting one. Oh, still that diamond to do. The orange highlights to do on the cake, eh? It'll be on the inside where the light's coming from, won't it? Same as that, that'll be there. Does anybody want to talk soap opera or football? What was on TV last night then, folks? I don't know, I don't watch TV. You'd have to tell me. Through the grapevine, China has our gold. Amass most of the world's rare earth minerals and are the pet project for the globalists. Well, you kinda take a look of it. you want to know somewhere that's really interesting? You know the Borat movie, where Borat came from Kazakhstan? Have a look at the capital of Kazakhstan. It's supposed to be this poor little country. It has riches and gold all over the capital city, which has a giant glass pyramid there, with a room specifically designed with 200 seats in a meeting room at the top of the pyramid. I don't know what there's 200 of, or what they could possibly want with this particular place, but it's real and it exists. Worth looking at. Is it the capital? Let me just fact check myself there. There you go, in the capital city of Astana, A-S-T-A-N-A, the capital city of Kazakhstan. The modern Palace of Peace and the Reconciliation in the capital of Astana, that's the one I'm talking about, the Palace of Peace and Reconciliation. Now we know that these frauds always name things the opposite of what they're actually for. Like peace and prosperity around the world. We're going to give you peace and prosperity around the world. Now starve you little bastards and don't afford nothing. That sort of thing, you know. Fascinating. The pyramid structure in Astana. That's supposed to be this third world little country that movie Borat took the piss out of, because Borat's sister was #2 prostitute in whole of Kazakhstan, if you remember that line. And I believe Borat was an intentional psyop to make people not pay attention to Kazakhstan, to be quite honest. Crazy, eh? Did you look that up? The modern pyramid in Astana What is it? Also known as the Pyramid Piece and Accord. The 62-metre high, 203 feet structure was designed by world-renowned architect Norman Foster. Interesting who he is. Purpose: it serves as a global centre for religious understanding and houses the Triennial Congress of Leaders of World and Traditional Religions. Have any of you ever heard of such nonsense? There's a reason why you've not. Key features: the building includes a 1,500-seat opera house, a museum of world religions, educational facilities, and a stunning stained glass apex designed by artist Brian Clark that, quote unquote, note the word, illuminates a circular assembly hall. Now let's see if it tells you how many seats are in the circular assembly hall. No, it doesn't. But there are 200 seats, very specifically 200. Located in the Stardust Presidential Park, guided tours are often available, granting access to the atrium, opera house and exhibition spaces. Never upstairs where that room is though. What is it? In late 2023, archaeologists excavated a 3,400-year-old stepped pyramid dating back to the late Bronze Age, around 1400 BCE. So they tell us. It is believed to be an elite mausoleum belonging to the Adhd culture, part of the larger Andronova culture. Key features: it features a hexagonal step-like structure, was constructed with thick stone walls and large cut megalithic blocks, which we don't have the technology to do these days. So how did it happen 3,400 years ago? This discovery highlights a surprisingly advanced level of architecture and spirituality in the Eurasian steppes during the same era as the Middle Kingdom in Egypt. Located on a hill overlooking the Tali River in the Shet district of Karaganda region, because this is an active archaeological site, it is not currently developed as a standard tourist attraction, for their reason. But there you go, look up Astana in Kazakhstan. But this is what they're desperately trying to do, my friend. Absolutely desperately. That's who those 200 people are that sit on top of that pyramid in that meeting room. What 200 would not want that to happen for the common person with that connection? There was 200 fallen watts. And this is going into the realms of spiritual conspiracy, but 200 watts, it's also in biblical history. It's like what the UK government did in the 70s with Maggie Thatcher, when they closed down all the coal mines. The UK has never had, nor will ever have again, the community strength and spirit that the mining villages and towns of the north of England had in the 70s. It was so strong, these people fought against the government, fought against the police, they had their own banners to represent the pride and the community of the area they were in. Maggie Thatcher intentionally shut down the pits and destroyed those very communities, of which of the UK towns are actually developed from. They were originally built to house miners. And all of that was wiped out just to destroy the close sense of community that was there. That's a really twisted thing to know. So if Maggie Thatcher didn't have interest in the country, what makes you think anybody since the 70s has had any better interest for the country. Makes me wonder. I mean, just putting questions out there and saying a few things here and there. It's nothing that isn't on the internet or available to find for yourself. The internet is a fantastic tool if you use it as a tool. Otherwise, it's a soul draining fucking leech if you let it be that. Oh, there they are. Two of these now. I don't do stickers, I don't do cups, I don't do mats, and I don't do memberships, and I don't do restricted streams. But what I do is speak, and that's a terrifying prospect for some. I'm sure there are many that would rather the people not speak. I've got a present for them. Messy little bugger. Got yourself a tidy painter when you're making crap like that. It's alright, we get the band-aid out and then we cover it up. Band-aid for Space Wolves is rust grey. That's an FYI. Could never tell. How about that? Still got that one. Still got that one. Right, let's get the blue out. Do those diamonds. Let's start in a deeper blue. It's deep sea blue. Matthias, that's what we all need to keep pushing for as well, brother. But the age-old tactic of divide and conquer is still very much a thing, sir. The key is to not fall for it. Those with eyes to see won't, but I think sadly many will. You'll see the real meat of the matter soon, I think, with this whole seemingly, what are they calling it? a global economic downturn and food scarcity due to what's going on overseas. They're saying it will catch up because of the delays in food, fertilizers, growing food, distribution of food. And when that becomes a matter of survival for the people and community, yeah, you'll see what those people and those communities are actually built of, won't we? Are they coherent, or will they destroy each other? God willing, I know what I pray for. I'm going to do that unpainted bit over here now. Don't know why I never painted this. It's all going to be in a dark colour anyway. But I can't leave it unpainted. That's shoddy. Hey, can I ask you a favour, people? If you haven't popped a thumbs up on that like button, would you mind doing so? If possible. It all helps. Doesn't matter if it's 1 or 2, 3 or 4. Every little one helps. And you know I hate asking for shit. I don't ask nothing for nobody. Not of any financial cost anyway. But if you can spare a minute of your time to hit that thumbs up, that would be greatly appreciated. And I hope I've shared something that at least is of some thought or value. It's been nice to paint some Space Wolves again, you know. Bit of a break from all the Adhd. I still have, actually. I have still in blister Adhd Stormcaller resin kit. Should put that together and paint that. Been a long time since I've done that. I believe I have the original metal Adhd as well. I think I did both. I bought all the old metal characters and the current plastic versions of them. Still got a lot of wolves to revisit at some point. Right. Silicon grey. We can get that in those parts there. I'm not going to get it down there, am I? On that side I can. Riddle me this, riddle me that. Who's afraid of the big fat cat? I still want some toner over the top of it, that's a bit bright. Aha. That's what we were using. That's 2 diamonds, I think. What to do for the others? The ultramarine and aquamarine and bright sapphire, I think. Hey, let's go. How's the game project going, dude? You managed to get all those physics and everything? Yeah, I think you were doing like the shading and stuff last time. Hope you could, bro. Everybody say hi to Let's Go. He's a VTuber, streams regular gaming. He's working on the game. Solid young man. Give him a follow if you're so inclined. I'm sure he'd be appreciative. It's what you call paying it forwards. Makes the world a better place. And cheers, bro. Much appreciated. I'm just revisiting and adding some more details onto them. I was supposed to have done these last year. A farming tycoon game. Oh, I'll have to pop onto the stream and have a gander, see how that's going, mate. Sounds good though. Nice break to all the streaming, isn't it? How did I miss them? Have you heard from High Five at all? We're off back to try and do those that hard weekly, aren't we? Later on. I'll give him a shout later on the old Discord. Weekly Wednesdays is a new thing. So the Space Marine 2 stratagems come out on a Wednesday. So me, High Five and Let's Go last night were saying, right, we need a permanent day to do these things. So we may as well do them on a weekly Wednesday was the idea. Sound, my brother, absolutely sound. More bread. Still feel like there's something missing there. And the furs are missing something as well. Oh, let's go. Check it out. The dude turned up. Hell yeah. That's cool. He's got a bit of a wobbly sword. He's got the same colour diamond as what I've been painting. The axe is proper cool. I want an axe like that in Space Marine 2. A wolf axe. I think I'm about ready to call Murder Fan. Done, I think. Yo, Hope. How you doing, brother? Hope you're keeping well. Always quiet, my man. I have certain things to say, and then after that, it's the painting, isn't it? Cyberpunk synthwaves makes for work and study. Let's try that. Oh no, that's far too sparkly. Midnight Drive. You keeping well, matey? How's the project going? So you're working on what's it called? Sansabar or something? That VR platform that you do? How's all that going? It's alright. As long as it's still serving a purpose, man. AI asset generation. I assume it's exactly what it sounds. Oh, you're getting some numbers in there still, aren't you? Which would presuppose that people find some purpose for it. I'm just saying, I think I'm going to have a bit of a DJ stream on Twitch this weekend. Super quiet. What do you think's changed there then? Have you been away from the algorithm for a little while or something like that? I know that absolutely killed this channel. I'm still trying to recover from it. YouTubers are not allowed time off. The algorithm says no. This is a bit too Japanesey vocal for my liking. I'm sure those Japanese anime fans love it. Tokyo Funk, we'll have some more on. Quite enjoyed this Tokyo Funk last time. Yeah, it feels like entrapment at times. I hear you, brother. It's alright, I was just streaming and having a go at Susan Wojcicki for a dodgy platform and activities. I hold back no grievances, I will let them be known. Nice to hear life's panning out nicely though, bro. Very happy to hear that. Aye. Aye, bruv. Aye. Forgive the pun, but you offer hope yet. Are you mixing up at the moment? Still my old school setup. I nearly sold my decks a couple of days ago, those Denons. But the buyer on eBay didn't have an accurate address in relation to his bank details, so the payment didn't go through. And then he gets a phone call off eBay warning me of suspicious activity. My account's fine, but apparently the one I was dealing with was showing some suspicious signs, so may have been a sign. Keep the old gear. There you go, look, it's still all there. We've got the Zone, we've got the Denons, we've got the Stantons, we've got the old Pioneer. It's all still there, bro. I tell you something though, I hope there's no more tractor anymore. How do you procure them? The Mayan Banner? I run a couple of live streams and stuff for them. And if you're doing some live streams fundraising, they've got like a little kit which you can request. And in that kit you get some forms and you get like a banner, t-shirt. I do a fair few bits for mine, you know, it's something quite close to me. It got me back to regular streaming of a week. It was the Miniatures for Mental Health Week. And I'd had a bit of a break from streaming. Ended up doing 14 hours that week. And kind of got me back into well, more of a rhythm than I had, let me put it that way. Yeah, I reckon. Yeah, Tokyo Funk. I like this better than the vocals thing that came on. Nice, is this? I was running Warrior Mama's Hard House Twitch stream yesterday. It's background music for the live. That was a banger of a mix. She's now playing with Atomic Hard House. So she's gone up in the world, bless her. Always love to see that. She's been streaming like a trooper though, non-stop now for about, I don't know, almost 2 years. Since she got the XDJ, she hasn't stopped. Full credit to the girl. Love our Warrior Mama. That is Warrior_Mama on Twitch. It's Kez from Australia, Hard House DJ. Feel free to look her up next time you're over on Twitch. I subscribe to very few people on Twitch because it's not cheap, but Warrior Mama and her fellow Ron are 2 people that I do subscribe to because they're just bloody good people, really. Hope a Beacon here plays some rather tasteful house music, and you can catch Hope on a Twitch stream too under the same name, and I believe YouTube also. You can click and subscribe to his account. Absolute diamond gentleman. One of the very few people that I've met online that travelled a very long way and came to visit. That was a surprising thing. I was just telling people to check out your profile, dude, on Twitch and both YouTube. Give you a subscribe. You play some rather nice soulful music. You also entertain the masses in a VR world that he's created himself. Yeah, do check out his work. And then I was saying, you were one of the very few people that I've met online that travelled a very long way and we've actually met in person, which that was a really nice surprise. It's not something that happens often. And you'll be glad to know those certain purple books that you got me, they've been getting some use, you know. Getting red. In fact, I watched the Planet Earth DVD not so long ago. Forgot how good that is. I think I might stream it in the Discord server. I'll sit in there and watch it again and share the screen. And we did the original Transformers 1986 movie the other week. Weekend just gone, actually. That was cool. Some younger people like our Let's Go, never seen the movie before, and it's one of the best movies ever. I'm a different builder. I'm working on the Sansar project too. Oh, and that is built by me. Oh, so the entire Sansar project's you. I saw another dude on VR chat the other day. A friend on Discord. Not one I expected to see on VR chat either. But there he was. They are bringing out a new Steam VR headset. Twice as powerful as the Quest 3, much lighter, also has standalone capabilities. Doesn't need to be constantly plugged into a PC. That's the one, the frame. One instance of approximately 30,000. It doesn't matter if it's just one instance of. Don't put your own stuff down like that. No. It's a fine example of one of 30,000 on Sansar. Thank you, Hope. It's like me, I'm just another example of God knows how many thousands of painting streamers and stuff. But I do what I do and nobody else can do what I do. Very simple. Oh, they can, but not how I do it. Aye, lad. Aye. Exactly that, isn't it, mate? If we were all meant to be the same, it'd be a very dull place. And we weren't created the same for a good reason. Imagine that, a world full of just BBC. Same. Oh God. That's a horrible thing. Thank goodness it didn't happen. One BBC is enough. Yes, brother. Just trying to get these few last edge highlights onto this model, and then I'm calling it a day with it. It's looking pretty fantastic as is, if I say so myself, of which I do, and I don't care. I've been enjoying these earlier in the day streams to quite honest beats. I hope you do too. I think I'm going to start doing a morning and an evening one. And on the weekends I might focus a bit more on Twitch and a bit of DJing, because I just don't do enough of it these days. And it kind of makes my soul a little bit sad, so We know what to do to make it happy again. Play some music. What layer of paint you're on and what goes into the process. So basically finishing layers would be the answer to that. This originally started basically at all one shade, which was rather much like that. Spray painted the entire model that colour. Then I suppose the next process would be the shading areas to darken it off in certain areas, of which you can either use a darker blue, or some people prefer to use, and these are quite popular these days. I see a lot of painting going on with these things, contrast paints, which will basically, if you do like all your lines and you shade a bit of texture and stuff and you wash your contrast paint over the top, it gets into the nooks and crannies of your nice bit of, exactly how it says on the tin, contrast. From there, pick out various pieces on the model. Depends on the model you're painting, there's sometimes a lot to look at and it can be slightly overwhelming. So my approach with my ADHD is try and stick to similar bits, like all the brass bits, all the furs, all the spikes, then all the skulls, now all the little edge highlights, and that's what we're doing at the moment. So when metal or painted armour, as it's supposed to represent, is in the sun, the corners of the armour will have a specific brighter outline, and we call this highlighting. It highlights the armour, and in painting we edge highlight along with the shading, as you can see, darker here. As this model is designed and painted, the light is coming from that angle. If I turn that model that way, you can see on camera it's much darker from that angle than it is that angle, because I've painted it that way. I wanted the light source to be coming from this back angle. So we've highlighted it up to show where the light's refracting on the armour. You turn it round, it's a lot darker shaded tones because the light's not there. It's maybe a bit more of a, not so common technique really, a bit more advanced, but I've been doing this for over 30 years now. But yeah, there's all sorts of little layers. Right, take for example that one item there. That started off black, ended up brown, and then we started slowly grading it up in colour to do some like golden highlights around the edge of the wolf's head, as you can see there. Again, dark on one side where there's not much light. Turn the model, and then you can see all the detail around the wolf's head. Absolutely. Don't always do 4 layers, you generally have a base layer, which will, again, was the wolf grey that I sprayed it in. A shading layer, then the antithesis of a shading layer being a slightly brighter layer, which we often call, what's the word for it? Van der Sel highlights, I think. Most demonstrated on this little model over here. So this one has what is traditionally known as edge highlighting with the white lines and stuff down the sides on the very edges of the model, whereas this one with the Zindenfall highlighting, you can see there's a lot more layering on this model, from a very dark purple to a lighter purple to a fuchsia to a brighter magenta. And that's literally 4 layers on one piece of armour. Well, that gives you a different effect of painting, and that's called the Zindenfall highlights. Same for the head, you see the darker shades, and then we slowly bring up the tonality to the highest points of the armour where it's the brightest shade. So yeah, lots of different ways you can paint. And if there was somebody that hasn't painted, I'd say get some paints, slap some on the brush, slap the brush against the model and take it from there. Doesn't matter what paint you put where, so long as you put paint on a model. You'll get the hang of it after that. And it's a really nice meditative thing to do. As a mental health proponent, great for the mental health. It's like a little working meditation, if you will. Like when you get lost in making music, I hope. Or lost in a really nice mix and a transcendent DJ set. Yep, that's it. Heavy metal do a different style. That's a bit more edge highlighting. I painted this when I was maybe 12 or something. So the technique's a bit more basic, but it's what how Games Workshop used to paint models back in the day. You'd have your main colours, you'd have a couple of highlights, and then the rest of it would be edge highlighting. And recently they've been doing the counter to edge highlighting, which would be on the opposite side of the edge, just adding a second highlight as an inner edge highlight, which sounds complicated, but it looks really quite interesting when it's done. Have I got a model with such technique on? Yes, here we go. So the cloak has the very edges of the cloak, but the inside of the cloak in the folds there are other lines to basically dictate, you know, that's the fold and that's the edge of the fold. So that's like double highlights, but it looks really nice on like materials, textiles, clothing and such. And when you start doing stupid stuff like this, well, that's when you're asking for punishment, to be quite honest. I have someone at the door, do excuse me one moment. So noisy for? I don't know why that Pomeranian is being so noisy. Reflection can be the inner highlight too. Yes, absolutely. That's a good way to put it. So you've got the outer highlight on the edge, and then the, maybe call it an inflection, where the light is on the edge to the curve on the inside. We have more treats arrived with the lovely post lady Julie. See what we've got. More paints. These are two paints that I'd ordered before, but got locked into the neighbour's house, and I didn't think I was getting, so I bought them again. So now I have two tubs of these colours, but aren't they a beautiful combination of colour? Don't they just look stunning? And then of course, I thought that Phoenician purple would be a lovely darker shade to the Cacophon purple highlight. And put them all three together, and you know what we have. I'll show you what we have and stuff like that. Something like this. There you go. That's all those colours mixed together, well, similar colours, on a model. Don't they look pretty? I don't have any Venetian purple. I did add that to this list. Oh look! So the last one I bought is in the old Citadel labelling, which I only bought last week. But then when I reordered it, look, I've got one in the new Warhammer labelling. How about that? So I've got a few of these new Warhammer branded paint ups. All three of them are. It looks like if you've got old Citadel paint pots, have a keyboard of them. There'll be history soon then, the way Games Workshop are going about it. What have we got? We have some post. There we go. That's what I want. What do they want? We are offering you a brand new bungalow. No, we're dealing with your stage 2 complaint. Stage 1 decision, but not yet. Does not satisfy your complaint. Spoken to an occupational therapist. I've completed a full review of your medical recommendations. Stage 1 complaint investigation outcome of decision. Yeah, stage 1 complaint investigation found. Contacted. Yeah, because you got that all miserably wrong, and now you're basically telling me at stage 2 you realise you were wrong. And that you put corrections to it. That's taken 3 years to get the housing options people, which is the housing panel, if you will, that review people's housing needs. It's taken 3 years to get the actual quote-unquote professionals at the housing panel to understand medical needs that are documented, clearly documented, and have been the same for 7 years. It took 3 years to get them to describe the accurate property that I'm entitled to, basically. Well, that's been a real uphill battle. But victory is mine. We shall not be moved. What have we got in here? I have no idea. If you just saw my address and you want to send me a get well card, feel free. I've just doxed myself. I'm moving soon, so good luck. Oh! Finally! Hurrah! Hurrah! I thought these weren't coming, I'll be quite honest. I really were not expecting them to arrive. Golden maple sable brushes. These were recommended by, was it Trevarian YouTuber? I think he's a Polish dude, really nice guy, some great painting. When I saw these advertised the other day when perusing for some brushes, I thought, oh, they sound familiar, I will try some of their brushes. And so we have bought a set of 3. The Master 1 set it's called. You get a fine detail brush, you get an armour plate size brush, and then you get a basing brush as well. So 3 brushes you can paint a whole model with, which is cool. Put these ones back over there. Let me have a look. I'm gonna 3D a bit, however I'm going to comment a bit and listen and watch as there is a cute time. Make it good. Relaxed workflow. I couldn't see what relax said. How long are you streaming today, Mikey? I've been on actually for nearly... Oh shit! 3 hours and 47 minutes I've been streaming. So I'm going to continue for another 13 minutes, I think. Hope. I just sat down here and got lost with the models, you know how it goes. I didn't realise 4 hours. No wonder my dogs keep coming and checking on me. Like, Dad, you alright? You still alive in there? They'll be happy. I've got them some fresh chicken defrosting for the teas today. Let's have a look at these. Oh, look at this. That's lovely. Nicely presented brushes. We have a number 3, a number 4, a 5-0, a 4-0 and a 3-0. Master Finest Sable. Oh, look at the edges of those brushes. Oh, that'll be good for a little tickle of this colour here and a bit of tickle of that colour there. You like a little tickle of colour, you know? Oh, they're cool. I'm happy with those. They were £20 off eBay. But it's nice to have a proper set of Blinsky artist brushes. Not just war painter, army painter, Citadel brushes. Can I walk away from this model and be happy that it is complete? Almost. There's a couple of little bits. I have about 13 minutes and I'll finish these little bits. I will be chilling around Discord and stuff. I won't be far, people. So if you haven't already, feel free to. It'll probably be in the video description, but it's definitely on my YouTube bio. A link to our Discord. We are neurodivergent friendly. We are artistry friendly. We have musicians. We have painters, we have actual canvas painters, we have gamers, we have streamers, we have musicians. It's a bunch of creative people, often with some extent of neurodivergence. And to be honest, I think we're building a really nice community. So if that sounds like somewhere you might be interested, or just curious, call along, say hello. I look forward to seeing you there. I did see a comment just flash up there to my left. 1 second. Car boot sales are great for art supplies. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. What do you call them? Little shanty markets and stuff like that as well. Small town markets. I put together an entire 3,000 point Space Wolf army with only one item being bought new, and the cost to put together 3,000 points was probably just over a third of what it would cost you to buy them new from Games Workshop. So you can put rather impressive armies together just with a bit of what's the word? Discernment. It's a very good word, discernment. There's no need to pay Games Workshop £100 if you can go and buy a used model from used model sellers such as merlinsminiatures.co.uk. A good friend of mine, Sam, he sells new and used models, often at a 20% discount off retail price. And if you go over to merlinminiatures.co.uk, you were to happen to put this channel's name into the discount at checkout, you'll get a further 5% off already discounted prices of new and used models. There's a nice little Brucey bonus for you. In fact, I have one here that I recently bought off merlinminiatures.co.uk. This wonderful Wolfguard Lieutenant. Looks nice and cool. But that was actually under his fundraising stuff when he was doing the Miniatures for Mental Health Week, which I just mentioned. He raised quite a lot of funds by selling second-hand models on his shop, and all funds went towards the Mind fundraising. I know how much he did from what I saw, and he did rather well. So shout out to Merlin's Miniatures. Big love, my friend Sam. How can I not appreciate you when you do stuff like that? The world needs more of you, mate. I will add to the question earlier about painting and the whole edge highlighting thing. It stops colours just looking like blocks of colours when you define the inner and outer edges. It actually gives like essentially what's a 2D flat printed surface. It gives it more of a multi-dimensional texture using your dark and your lights, obviously. But yeah, you could just paint everything one colour and it would just look like a blob of one colour. The minute you start adding some edge highlights and stuff on it, it starts defining the shapes and makes the model look much better. Such as this one, for example. Why such a light one on this side? Because that's where the heavy ones are, where the light's coming in. And that's technically in the shade. except for his base and a bit of rock around his foot. Yes, I am saying it, I am happy with Murderfang. He is now one space completed. We have a few more touch-ups to do on Beyond Fell-Handed here, but he will wait till another day. You can see how he already looks a bit dull and faded. I redid the front parts to make that look a bit more pop pop. But yeah, matte varnish your models after you've painted them too, because when you're handling them, they do end up getting grubby. Ta-da! And that, my friends, leads us to the final countdown of 80 seconds. Some lovely calm beats. Thank you very much, Hope. I largely, well, I quite customised the colours on that one, to be fair. The blue-grey is very much what you call a traditional Space Wolf colour. In fact, I have a model just in that spray paint that I mentioned I started the model with. I will briefly show you that before I end the stream. And it's a nice big model to see. So here you go. This is a rather large gunship, Space Wolves gunship, all sprayed in the blue-grey. You can see some of the darker shades, and literally that's just using one of those contrast washes that I told you about. Just modelling it around the deeper parts. Once I've got all those deeper parts a bit shaded, I can then work around the opposite sides. Start doing some Zendenfell highlights and start doing some edge highlights. Obviously paint all your different bits and details. But we start from basically a blank one colour piece, and we layer it and we layer it and we layer it until we've got something really nice that you're personally happy with as an artist. From 4 hours. My dogs are gonna have a right go at me. Right, people, big love, stay blessed, look after yourself, be good to one another, it makes the world a better place. Lots of love, and we'll catch you next time. Thank you for being here, I appreciate you. You're more special than you think. See you later, peeps. And you too, Hope. Have a lovely day.